This is a new record. I think we've got a new record. We've already got 7 questions in the question box. And I haven't even shown my face yet. It's a new record. Yellow. Yellow. Oh, hey everybody, welcome back. Hey. Here again, I see. Very cool. Very cool. Hello everybody, how are we doing today? Happy Wednesday. 4/24/24. It's 4/22, the sequel. I am blah. Can we find that on the wheel? Can we locate blah on the wheel? Where's somewhere up here. The Blurple region. That sounds like a blurple feeling to me. Feeling anxious, feeling some despair and some enthusiasm. Life's a grab bag, huh? Loose Rain, thank you for gifting that sub. Need a word for that? I'll think about it. Just been feeling misunderstood by everyone around me and tired of trying. Do we feel like we understand ourselves? The thing about life is that we We may never be completely understood. Nobody else gets to take a look behind your eyes. Nobody else gets to hop into your brain for a minute and really see where you're coming from. We try our best anyway. You feel suicidal? I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling that way. Hang in there, though. You gotta keep fighting back against those feelings. Disappointed in yourself? Oh, why is that? Is anybody doing okay today? Is everybody's having a hard day today? Is that the kind of day we're gonna have? Alright, I'm ready. If that's the kind of day we're gonna have, let's get down to it. Drained from looking for work and finding nothing? You did find something. You found things that won't work, and that's sometimes what you have to do. Sometimes it's a process of elimination. Queen Eclipse, thank you for gifting that sub to Loose Rain. Gifters getting gifted. Love to see it. Started couples therapy with your husband. We've always had intimacy mismatch, and he suggested we go to find ways to communicate that better. You know? Honestly? Isn't it nice when people actually suggest getting help and they suggest working through things? I want to feel blissful. Amen. Honestly, same. We'll get there. consultation was really good, so I'm hopeful. Good. Good. You know, there's no shame in going to couples therapy if there's something that you need help on working through in your relationship. There's no shame in that. I would say that there's probably more shame in not asking for help and not trying to work through that kind of stuff. I feel like, you know what, more power to you. It's a good thing. I think everybody individually could benefit from therapy. Every couple. That's at least 2 people. Don't people usually mean a sex thing when it's an intimacy issue? Not necessarily. Non-sexual intimacy is also a thing. Some people, for example, might not feel comfortable being touched in certain ways. Sometimes people, that's their primary love language, is physical touch. And so if you have a partner that doesn't really like to be touched, maybe they've got some sort of trauma related to that, and then you've got another partner whose primary love language is physical touch, that is an intimacy mismatch. But that being said, these are both things that you can work through. You can learn and expand your love languages, the way that you can express love. You can also become more comfortable with physical touch if it's something that you're not especially comfortable with now. I would just say, remember this above all else. When you're working on something together as a couple, it's not you versus your partner. It's you and your partner versus the problem that you're trying to fix. Like, we want to be a team trying to solve a problem together rather than just trying to place blame on one another for the problems that we're dealing with. Alright, let's get this wheel out of the way. Alright, we got a bunch of questions lined up already, so I think I'm just gonna get right to it. We're just gonna jump right in. We're just gonna jump right into it. Happy Hump Day. Happy Hump Day, everybody. It's Wonderful Wednesday. If you're having any problems today, just blame it on the fact that it's Wednesday. Just blame Wednesday. Blame Mercury being in retrograde, or whatever. I don't know if it's actually in retrograde. I'm still struggling with taking breaks and time to recharge. At the end of my final semester, I just want to go because I know I can do so well at everything if I had the time. I hate prioritizing and calculating which parts of my assignment I could pass on doing since that portions are worth less points. I know I should just try my hardest and do my best, but I have such high expectations of myself. I want a better relationship with myself, but it's hard at such an intense period in life. Well, you know, that thing about wanting a better relationship with yourself, this is something that we can practice over the span of our life. Like, at no point do you ever want to stop developing a better relationship with yourself. It's always going to be a work in progress. You're always going to get to know yourself better and understand yourself on a deeper level. So it's good to have that goal, but don't feel pressured to have to know yourself right now. You don't have to get it done right now. You're getting to know yourself a little bit more every day. It's a long time. You're right, Maddie Bear, it is a long time. But you want it to take a long time. You want to take getting to know yourself seriously, and you want it to take as long as it needs. Because one of the worst things that people can do to themselves is make assumptions that they understand who they are completely. This is how people get stuck in self-destructive, negative thought loops. They mistake their facts for feelings, or their feelings for facts. I got that backwards. Like maybe you're at a point in your life where you're not feeling all that great about yourself. You don't want that interpretation of yourself to be the one that lasts for the rest of your life. You want to continue to get to know yourself. You want to learn more about the types of stuff that you can overcome and power through and bounce back from. So yeah, you want it to take a long time. Because some people stop getting to know themselves in high school, and then they carry that high school mentality for the rest of their life. We're trying not to do that. We're trying to allow ourselves to grow. Just remember that taking breaks and giving yourself time to recharge is essential for your productivity. You might feel like you can get more done if you don't stop to take breaks, but that's not true. Stopping to take breaks gives you that time you need to refocus, recover, recharge. I know it, but I can't convince myself of it. Then force yourself to do it. Set a timer, 45 minutes. Work as hard as you can in that time. Then once the timer gets up, time for a break. Go take a break. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Take that time to think about what you want to do next. It'll allow you to reprioritize. It'll allow you to create better work. So I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes in life you just have to force yourself to do stuff. Yeah, you get people who are asking me like, how do I get out of bed? I don't know how to get out of bed. Like, make yourself sit up. Throw a leg out of bed. Do it over the span of 5 minutes if you have to. Just make yourself do it. I don't know what else to tell you. Unless you want to invite me over with like a cattle prod or something, like in zap you. Give you a little zap. Like, alright, come on. Clean your room. But I don't want to do that. I find that setting a timer, even if you're not trying to like keep track of time, like basically I like to set timers for myself sometimes just so that I can monitor the passing of time. You know what I mean? Like, just so that I can realize like, oh, it's been an hour since I last checked the clock, or it's been an hour since I, started doing something, just so that I can get an idea of like how long I'm spending doing certain types of stuff. Because what you'll notice is depending on the task that you're engaged in, your perception of time will change. So sometimes you can sit down and be like, oh yeah, I've only been watching YouTube videos for half an hour, and then you realize it's actually been 2 hours. Like, oh, I should probably go make dinner. It's totally normal to feel a bit flustered, especially when you're getting so close to the goal line. It's like you've been running a marathon for the past few years, working towards graduation. And now you're in those final steps, working your way toward, you can see the finish line. Just try not to poop yourself. You seen those pictures? I'm not going to show you them, because I don't think I can, but you've probably seen those pictures. If you have to poop yourself, that's fine. Go ahead and poop yourself, but carry your poopy butt over the finish line. You got this. You got this. You're getting there. You're so close. Just think of how exciting it's going to be when you're finally done. You can go outside and scream. You go outside and give your best woo. It's one of my mood hacks. If you need to hype yourself up a little bit or just improve your mood a little bit, just go outside and woo. Just give us your best woo. Pick up your cap and gown today for some inspiration. Oh, you're so close. You're so close. You'll get there. Inch by inch, you'll get over that finish line. Trying to quit findom and porn, can you help? Yes. You just asked, can I help? I think. I hope. Before I... one more thing I want to recommend. Try to visualize yourself. Try to visualize yourself after you've already graduated. Just try to visualize yourself in the future, cheering you on and saying, all right, come on, you can do this. Because you're going to become that person pretty soon. Trying to quit findom and porn, can you help? Findom, I had to look that one up. Financial dominance. Yes, I can help you with your findom, but you're gonna have to gift me some subs. Discovering the stream has been one of the best things that ever happened to me. Thank you for everything, Papa. Well, thank you. That's such a nice thing for you to say. Thank you. Is that iced coffee? No, it's regular coffee, but it's gotten cold now. It's gotten cold. So it's kind of like iced coffee. It's not hot, if that's what you're asking. But it's not iced. It's something in between. Also, take some time to thank yourself. Thank yourself for reaching out. Thank yourself for asking for help. Thank yourself for taking better care of yourself. You know? I didn't do any of those things. You did all those things. I'm just some guy talking to his microphone, sitting at a desk. You did all the hard work, so give yourself some credit. Oh god, the ads. Oh.
I just walked.
What is this? Okay. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on with this TikTok?
I just watched the most disturbing, confusing, jaw-dropping, unsettling documentary I've ever seen in my entire life, and it's all about tickling. I'm completely serious. The documentary is called Tickled, and it basically follows this New Zealand
I've heard of
journalist
that
who's made
one.
a career out of exploring like the unusual factions of the internet and culture. As
The world of underground competitive tickling? Oh yeah, that's a rabbit hole. That's a rabbit hole. Also, as far as rabbit holes go, the underground competitive tickling, relatively mild. This person was very, very blown away, very jaw-dropped by the competitive underground tickling community. I was like, well, I've been on the internet for a really long time, and I don't really bat much of an eye at underground competitive endurance tickling. I mean, it is bizarre, don't get me wrong, but it's like mild salsa.
As he's introduced to something called competitive endurance tickling, which looks like it's this sport that this company funds to pay men to come out and like see how long they can tickle or be tickled on camera by other men. And so this journalist is like, oh, I want to look into this and talk to some people involved, and immediately starts getting harassed and threatened and just vilified in all these ways for doing one inquiry. You see in real time as people from the company are flown out to say to him, you need to shut this documentary down right now. Massive amounts of money are at stake. Your family will be threatened. You will be threatened. We will all be threatened if you look into this any further. And again, at this point, all we know is that these people are involved with tickling. I don't want to spoil anything.
There's a lot of money in Big Tickle, I think. I think that's what we're trying to say, is there's a lot of money in Big Tickle.
I think it's best to go in like as unsure and unaware of what's going to happen as possible, because at literally like every 5 to 10 minutes you will be like, holy fucking shit, I had no idea where this was going, but I could not have foreseen that. If you have seen this documentary, please comment below with your reactions to it, because I am not going to be able to stop thinking about this for a while. But if you haven't seen it, I implore you, go watch it. Just Google Tickled documentary. You will not regret it. Or like maybe you will, but it will completely mystify you.
I'm in. I haven't seen that one yet. I've heard of it. I have heard of the Tickle documentary, but I haven't seen that one myself. Has anybody here seen it? Calvin Boy, thank you for those 6 bits, my dude. Why is she so surprised? She must be new to the internet. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, she doesn't even know about full leather dippers. She doesn't know about half of the stuff that I learned from Robbie P. Robbie P is like an encyclopedia of paraphilias and bizarre fetishes, so he's somebody that I turn to as an expert in the field. And that's how I learned about full leather dippers. The weird thing about paraphilias and fetishes is that literally anything you can think of. Pretty much anything you can think of. Even stuff that you might never think of in 1,000 years. Like, humans have spent thousands of years learning all sorts of weird and bizarre ways to get their kicks. And, yeah. Opinions on pharmaceuticals and the damage they do to vital organs such as kidney, liver, etc. I heard recently that acetaminophen toxicity was the leading cause, or one of the leading causes, in people needing liver transplants. So yeah, a lot of these over-the-counter medications, they can really mess you up in the long run. So I try to take the smallest amount of medications possible. Like, I'll take, like, acetaminophen or anything like that. Like, I can count the times that I'll take it in a year on one hand. Like, I took it after I messed my arm up because it hurt really bad and I needed at least a little bit of something, but I just took the regular dose and I only took it like once a day. But yeah, that stuff really messes up, like, it can really mess up your internal organs over time, and some people, you know, they deal with a lot of chronic pain and they're just throwing back pain relievers like they're candy, and that stuff, ooh. That's the thing about medications, though. There's not very many medications that don't have at least some type of side effect. How do I find the strength to keep going in a really, really dark time? Try to find the light at the end of the tunnel and just keep moving towards the light. But don't forget that you are the light as well. That light that you see at the end of the tunnel, that's you shining it at yourself, trying to pull you in the right direction. Worst thing about being sentient is that the mind is but a cage in a sandbox. Well, you know, put some art up on the walls. Like, if you're stuck in a cage, might as well make it a tidy and homey feeling cage. Don't forget to practice your transcendental meditation. That's the technique that people have found helps them in transcending their consciousness. I've been doing that for thousands of years. You will need strength to take that next little step. Just worry about that next little step. We feel overwhelmed and incapable whenever we try to think of what I need to do to accomplish every single one of the steps that I'm trying to do. We just have to focus on that next step that we're trying to take. Just keep falling forwards. Question for you, how do you feel today? I'm feeling kind of excited today. I'm going over to my friend's house after stream. He's having a game night at his place, so I'm gonna go hang out and play some games. Aside from that, I have a lot of compassion for the people here. And whenever the people here are having a hard time or are really going through it, like, I feel it. You know what I mean? But I say this to you as a person who was lost in the dark at one point. Just keep moving forwards. Just keep trying to find that light at the end of the tunnel. In doing so, you'll find out just how strong you really are. Like, if you need to find that strength, it's already in you. You just have to tap into it. It's already there. You just have to dig it up. So it's time to start digging. It's because I keep eating your doubts and worries. Oh yeah. I'll do it again too. You can't stop me. I feel like I can't do anything right, and it's making everyone dislike me. I don't even feel like I'm accepted here. I feel like I don't fit in anywhere, like I'm of no value, no worth. You do fit in here, though. Like, since when? I just feel like I need to bonk some sense into you. Because I feel like you're giving too much validity to your own intrusive thoughts. This is what friends are for. Friends are meant to help you when you're feeling this down about yourself. So, you said that you feel like you can't do anything right? Well, guess what? You're also wrong, because you asked for help in this, so that is doing something right. So, I hate to do it to you, but well, I like you, so now you can't say everyone dislikes you. You can't say everyone dislikes you, because now it's not true. It's the gayest Uno reverse card I've ever seen. That's why I picked this one out, because it's fabulous. Can we get a mod chat in Discord, please? Yeah, let's get that. Let's make that happen. These are your intrusive thoughts, and these are the ones that you want to practice bonking and getting rid of, because these don't serve you. These don't help you. Feeling all this way doesn't help you accomplish those goals. It's just gonna dig you deeper into a hole, and so I am sticking my hand into the hole, and I'm offering you a hand up, and I'm trying to say, come on, it's okay. You don't need to be so hard on yourself. Maybe people were really hard on you in your life, and you learned that you have to be really hard on yourself because that's what you were taught to do, but I'm here telling you, you don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. having to make a Twitch mods channel on my Discord now? That's serious business. I feel like we're getting serious now. Doesn't that make me feel like I'm a big time streamer now? How about it? Okay. I have this problem where when somebody asks me to do something, I'm like, all right, let me do it right now. Alright, it's happening. Alright, I made the channel, but I still have to assign the role to the pork tree. I'm trying to find... Where's he at? Where he at? Who else is a mod in this channel? B-Wayne? Can't forget B-Wayne. Is that called demand absorbance? I don't know. I don't know. It's the opposite of demand avoidance. I have pathological demand acceptance. That's what I'm gonna call it. Did you know that in the UK, gooner means something different? Did you know that in the UK, gooner means something different? Anne Hathaway is a secret gooner, and now her reinvention is complete. In the UK, if you're a fan of the Arsenal football team, they dropped a couple frames today. Interesting, interesting. What's the breathing exercise for anxiety? There are a few different ones that you can do. There are a few different breathing exercises that you can do for anxiety, but the main thing to remember is that your breath is a great way to help you cope with anxiety, and there are a number of different ways that you can do that to help with your anxiety. So, One of the easiest and simplest ways is to just count. There are different exercises that have different counts for your breathing. Just find one that feels comfortable for you. So for some people, it may be 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 8 seconds. Depends on what you're comfortable with. But generally speaking, the slower, the calmer. So what you'll want to do is you'll want to breathe in through your nose. And then count to 4 or 5, whatever works for you. And then hold that breath for the same amount of time. So you breathe in for 4, you hold for 4, and then you let that air go out of your mouth for the same count. And so this offers you not only the biofeedback that you're looking for, and when I say biofeedback, it's your body is getting feedback from your breathing that says, I'm calm. You're breathing like a calm person. And so it starts to calm you down. But it also helps to distract you. It helps to take your mind away from the anxiety because now you are focusing on your breathing and you are focusing on the counting. Feeling happy today, Austin? Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it. Let's try these. You want to try these at home? Let's give these a try. I'll do the counting, you do the breathing, okay? So, to begin, we will breathe in through our nose. We're going to invite the air in, nice and gentle, no rush. And we want to try to fill ourselves up. So I'm going to count 1. I'm going to count to 4. So when I start counting, start breathing. All right, go ahead and breathe out just to reset. Just go ahead and breathe out. And then I want you to breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then hold. 2, 3, 4. And then gently exhale out of your mouth. We don't want to blow the air out like, we're not trying to force it out. We're going to gently let it out. There's another breathing exercise that it's like a 4-4-8. So you breathe in for 4, you hold for 4, and then you exhale for 8 seconds. It's to emphasize letting go. And so that one, they've said, can also be helpful in relaxing. So let's try again. Let's breathe in through our nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll hold. 2, 3, 4. And then we'll release. 2, 3, 4. So just find the pace and try that yourself. Just I don't know if you'll ever manage that one. Let's try it. Breathe in for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 4. 2, 3, 4. And we're going to release for 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. You feel full of love. I'm happy to hear that. Feels good, doesn't it? I did a tab of LSD. That's what I think of when somebody says I did a tab. You did a tab of LSD. Have fun. Be safe. The fun thing about breath work is that it all helps your anxiety. As long as you're not breathing like an anxious person, any breathing exercise will help your anxiety. I have a couple different ones. You want to see some different ones? There's another one that they call lion's breath. And you've probably seen your cat do this. We learned this one by watching cats. So, what I want you to do is breathe in. And then when you let it go, I want you to do what a cat does. You've probably seen a cat go something like this. It stretches all of the muscles in its face. It just goes. It tries to open everything up. Feels nice. But if maybe you're not a cat person, maybe you're more of a dog person, that's alright, I got a breathing exercise for you too. I learned this one by watching the dogs. If you take your tongue and then push it against your bottom teeth, and then you pull the air in through your mouth, it'll help to cool that breath. It'll pull it in up underneath your tongue, and you'll feel like a more full, refreshing breath. So just think, like, that's what dogs do to cool themselves down, is like they pant, right? They go. So I want you to try that, but you don't have to do it like a dog. You just have to just try to pull that air in, and you can kind of feel it like going on the underside of your tongue, and it feels nice and refreshing. You're a furry. We welcome the furries here. Any advice for handling someone you want in your life with BPD? Just remember that they're a person. They're a wounded person. They've had to deal with trauma, and a lot of what they're struggling with is the result of the trauma that they've dealt with. So I would try to avoid re-traumatizing them. Anybody who's living with BPD, I would recommend that they get some sort of support for that, whether it be therapy or, going to a support group or doing exercises and workbooks and just trying to work on getting a better handle on it. Because it is really treatable. And it doesn't have to be something that people struggle with their entire life. What I've found to be helpful in working with people who had BPD whenever I worked in a mental health center, what I found to be helpful was if they were going through like an emotional state if they were really elevated or they were really agitated, I would wait until after they were calmed down to talk to them. And they may be very demanding in that moment when they they're going through like an emotional upheaval. But what I found to be more helpful is don't react to that, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a reaction. And so what you want to do is you want to give them time to calm themselves down, and then afterwards you say, like, hey, you appeared pretty stressed there earlier. What helped you get through that? What helped you calm back down? And then you can start looking at it more more constructively, and you can approach it in a different way. But I wouldn't judge a person with BPD based on how they present when they are really emotionally escalated, because people with BPD can sometimes engage in some very self-destructive behaviors whenever they're really emotionally escalated. Dealing with somebody who has BPD can be stressful and overwhelming if you're not well versed in the diagnosis, if you're not well versed in the type of symptoms that they're actually dealing with. So I'll just give you an example. I'll give you an example of what I would do. I had a few clients on my therapy caseload that had BPD. And what would happen is whenever they were upset at something, like maybe they had an argument with their friend or something happened, maybe they got into an argument with a family member or something happened, and now they're calling me and they're escalated and they're agitated and they're leaving me 4, 5, 6 messages on the phone, I'm just going to let them do that. I'm not going to call them back, because you're trying to reiterate that emotional outburst does not equal the attention that you're looking for or the help that you need. I'm trying to show them that when you are calm and cool, that is when we will work on this kind of stuff. And so after the fact, that's when you can actually sit down and talk about it and be like, so I saw that you left me some messages. And I kid you not, most of the time, whenever I would talk to somebody after the fact and they left me all of these messages on my voicemail, they were relieved in most cases to find out that I didn't listen to the messages. And I told them it's because I don't want to judge you when you're escalated. I don't want to judge you when you're, going through it. I would rather talk to you afterwards and be like, so what happened? Tell me about it. So sometimes you just have to give a person the time that they need to cool down on their own, and then you re-engage. And I would just explain it to him. It's like, I don't want to, create this sort of like image of you in my mind, and I don't want to judge you when you're at your worst. I want to allow you to get through it, because you've been getting through it your whole life. You've survived 100% of your worst days. So you do have some strengths. So let's talk about those strengths. What worked for you? What helped you calm back down? And how can we resolve this conflict that you may have already resolved? This conflict might already have been passed. It might not have been the catastrophe that you thought it was. Not me trying to be less judgy of the demon attorney today. Hey. They're already probably hyper judgmental of themselves, so Sorry, I just realized this question was cut off. The question was, how do you work with somebody in your life as BPD? Just remember those essential skills: mindfulness, distress tolerance, emotional regulation, interpersonal effectiveness. My Discord notif's going off. It should be silenced. Hold on, I need to... There we go. I just... Normally I don't have that sound. Normally my Discord's quiet. But I feel like Discord must have reset my settings or something, because I'm getting sound alerts that I'm pretty sure I had turned off. Hey Papa, this might be less of a mental health question and more just utility, although it is affecting my mental health a lot. Ah, so it is a mental health question. I like to think that every question is a mental health question. You dig it? I'm stressing out a lot about money at the moment, since my current job is more seasonal and it's no longer the season, and I'm lucky if I get 1 or 2 work nights per month. I'm looking for work from home jobs, but it feels hopeless. Every website I turn to is some sort of a scam, or pays pennies on the dollar, like $5 an hour, etc. I don't really know what to do. I'm not entirely sure what my question is, but when I talk to my psychiatrist, he also feels completely helpless, because the only solution is to just get a job. But where? I'm looking and I can't find anything. Help. Do they have an employment specialist at the place where you talk to a psychiatrist? The place that I worked that had psychiatrists on staff also had an employment specialist, and they were really good at like finding people jobs in places that you might not know of, because there are tons of jobs out there. But if you're just looking on your own, it can be kind of difficult. It can be a bit of a challenge. And so I would say try to find somebody who might know, who's hiring. They might be able to, just offer you some tangible assistance. You also might be able to find some temp work. It's like a job agency or a temp agency. They might be able to help you find something that, as long as it's not something you hate. You know what I mean? It's like, as long as we have to have jobs and as long as we have to continue to make money, as long as it's not something that you completely hate. I probably do need to talk to an employment agent. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. The The place that I worked had employment specialists, and they would help people find jobs that were basically catered to what they could do. And they were going around and they would, go to different companies and figure out what sort of jobs they do. And they would help people get certifications, like if you needed to get like a forklift certification or something like that, they'd help you do that. One of the jobs that they were helping set people up with was at a diagnostic center for like organizing laboratory samples for like when people get like blood draws and stuff. So you were basically just helping to like sort stuff and scan stuff. And it was a quiet work environment. You could wear headphones the whole time. You could listen to music or books or podcasts or whatever, and you just do your work. What type of jobs don't do drug tests? Jobs at weed dispensaries. Everyone wants an administrative desk job. I would rather die. Administrative desk job sounds like a nightmare to me. I would rather go be a farmer. Weed is illegal where you're at. Sorry, it's not illegal here. It's not illegal here, but I guess it depends on where you're at. It is still illegal in some places. I agree, but it's the #1 requested job fairs, and that just shows to me that people don't know what they want. Like, people think that they just want a cushy desk job where they can just sit there and fill out, like, spreadsheets or something, but that stuff, it withers you away from the inside. It destroys you from the inside. You weren't meant to do that. There's just some part of you deep down just crying out in anguish every time you have to open up Microsoft Outlook, every time you have to go to a meeting that could have been an email. You do spreadsheets for fun when you're manic? I've got a job for you then. Yeah, some places just don't drug test, and you'd be surprised. You'd also be surprised at the places that do drug test. Like, if you want to go be an exterminator, if you want to go spray noxious chemicals and kill bugs and rodents, you have to get drug tested to do that. You can't be smoking weed if you're an exterminator. But I've had mental health jobs that didn't test. And then I think it's because they knew that they wouldn't be able to hire anybody if they excluded people who smoked weed. Because, you gotta cope some way. A lot of places they just don't really care so much about weed these days. Also, a lot of places might not drug test just because drug testing is expensive. Like, that costs them money to conduct, like, they have to pay for that. So, also, one of the biggest problems that people have in addiction is alcohol. And they don't exclude people for alcohol. So, when it comes to finding a job, I would say just try to take some time and, meditate on it. Just be like, I'm going to sit down and just think. I'm just going to try to figure out what sort of jobs do I want to apply for? Cuz you're going to need to think outside the box. There's all sorts of jobs out there that you might never think of. And there might be jobs that might be really well suited for you. Be the smartest person in a dumb field and you'll rise ranks fast. Yeah, but then you have to try to manage. You have now become Mo of the Three Stooges. You're trying to get Larry and Curly to do stuff. So, I mean, you could check out, your local community college, your local job agency, and just see what's out there. This isn't a search that you have to do on your own. There are places and people who are happy to help you find something that works for you. So I would try that. I would just branch out a little bit. Yeah, even if you have a job that you don't like, if it helps you meet your needs, that's mostly what it's about. It's like it's a lucky condition to be able to enjoy and find your job fulfilling, satisfying, but also get all your needs met. A lot of people have to, choose between one or the other. Either I love this job, but it doesn't pay enough, or I don't like this job, but it pays me really well. So, as long as you can find that happy medium point. Wow, I can't believe this very real Taylor Swift protest song just leaked. She's finally had enough of Joe. What is this? What are you trying to get me to do? What are you trying to get me to do now? Somebody said please no. I'm kind of with you on that. I'm also in the please no camp. I'm gonna open this. Let's. Yeah, we've got Taylor fatigue. Okay, we're. Oh, this was Leftward Ho. This is Leftward Ho's YouTube channel.
Campaign trail. It's down the street from his house. Trail of tears and lies and ice cream, headed straight towards the fallout. There is just one thing, free Palestine, loud and clear. Hold your Biden, you're fading fast. Do you even know what's going on the campus yard where the
We'll take the free Palestine, but we'll save that one for later, alright? Although it would be nice if Taylor did say free Palestine. Wouldn't that just be great? Wouldn't that really win you over to Camp Taylor? I feel much safer sleeping during the daytime than at night, and that does complicate things. Hey, a lot of people do. A lot of people work the night shift and sleep at daytime. I would still try to get some sunshine, you know. Some people tend to have that opposite circadian rhythm. But, you know, let me look at this. All right. Early birds and night owls. The answer lies in each individual's biological internal clock. Huh. Your circadian rhythm can also change over your lifetime. Night owls tend to be more depressed, have a higher dependence on caffeine, and use alcohol more. Especially if they have to be awake during the daytime. Nothing inherently wrong with it, though. It's like, if you are awake at night, there are some people also awake. Also, a lot of those overnight jobs pay better because it's harder to hire people. I guess my question, though, is why do you feel safer sleeping during the daytime than at night? Like, me personally, I feel safer sleeping when most other people are sleeping. If I'm awake, most other people are asleep. Not very many people to talk to. Also, if I'm asleep while most people are awake, who knows what they're up to? Most cray-cray stuff happens at dawn and dusk. Yeah, that's when the coyotes are out. Like literally, like if you go out to the woods. Like, I wonder if I would have a normal internal clock if my dad was never a drug dealer when I was a kid, and be up all night, all hours of the night with him. You can adjust your sleep schedule. But I would want to try to figure out what is it that helps you feel safer when you sleep during the daytime. That's what I want to try to figure out. So if it's complicating things, it sounds like it's something you might want to work on changing. And change is possible. Am I just an NPC in a game of Alien Sims? Maybe not Alien Sims. I mean, alien in a sense that it is bizarre and unusual and not understood. But it's more likely extra dimensional beings. Beings that live on a higher dimensional plane. Creatures that are outside of the linear time flow that we live in. When you think about transcendental meditation, it's like you're leaving your sim body and you're trying to be that floating gem over the sim's head. It has a name. I think it's called a plumb bob or something. But what you want to try to learn how to do is you wanna become your plumb bob. You want to become your plumb bob, and then you want to check your status bars. So what do your status bars look like? What's the status of your status bars? So, are we just an NPC in a game of Alien Sims? Maybe. I mean, the universe is a mysterious place. Who knows what's actually going on? But that being said, just try your... What is your best advice or strategies for someone who's addicted to pornography and are actively trying to quit but are having a hard time? Alright, my best advice and strategies. This might sound weird. Alright, this might sound weird. This might sound counterintuitive. But, hear me out. What happens with most people who are addicted to something, the way that they overcome that addiction is by getting addicted to something else. What you want to try to do is become addicted to a different habit, something that is beneficial to you, something that helps you grow as a person, something that gives you more of what you're looking for. Whether it be exercise, whether it be, some sort of creative hobby, like you want to redirect that energy. You need to fill the lonely boredom hole in your life with something. Rosenbutt, you actually bring up an interesting point. That orange beef. Oh, give him. Give him. Okay, but for real though. Most psychedelics are actually anti-addictive, meaning that most psychedelics are addictive, and ketamine can also be addictive, and those are also technically psychoactive. They're not psychedelics in the same way as like LSD or psilocybin. Like MDMA is addictive because the MA in MDMA stands for methamphetamine. Methamphetamine is incredibly addictive. But anyway. Yo, Snaily Bear, what's good? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Snaily Bear Naders. Snaily Bear Nation. We're gonna look at an article about how to get over porn addiction. We're here to heal. Well, right now we had a question about how to get over porn addiction. So that's what we're talking about, at least for the moment. I think one of the big things about porn addiction that really gets people sucked in. And so one of the things that may help you combat a porn addiction is to just continuously remind yourself that's Like, this is a person, they have a life. You're not just reducing most underlying issues with a porn addiction is you basically just start viewing people as sex objects. Oh, thank you. Oh. Casey made me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like, there are some realistic and tangible measures that you can take if you're actively addicted to pornography, like blocking certain websites and just like restricting yourself in that way. It's like if you cut off access to it and you make it more difficult to obtain. I would also just try to remember the way that it distorts your perception of intimacy and sexuality. Like, pornography gives you a distorted sense of what lovemaking is. And I feel like, you don't want to have sex and just feel like you're just using the other person as a masturbatory aid. You're not just using the other person to get off. You're actually trying to make each other feel good. But yeah, porn definitely distorts, and it's an easy, reliable source of dopamine. And so what you're really addicted to is that dopamine that you're getting. And so you can get that dopamine in other ways, through healthier ways. And so you're going to want to try to figure out, what is it that works for you? Is it gardening? Is it archery? Is it woodworking? Is it yodeling? Is it knitting? Is it drawing? Like, what is it? I can't with the people who say it's a healthy habit. It's like, yeah, it's like somebody who vapes and they're just like, it's fine, bro. It's fine. There's. Addicted to porn, how to get back control. An estimated 200,000 people are considered officially diagnosed with porn addiction. But a survey suggests that 84% of 89 to 14-year-olds are viewing porn with some frequency. So most people view porn semi-regularly. Excessive porn use rewires your midbrain, which is your brain's pleasure center. But it can also give you sexual problems. It can give you sexual malfunctions. You can literally throw off your brain chemistry, and you might be a young person who needs to take supplements such as Viagra in order to perform.
Babe,
Yeah.
can you take this room in the green room down?
Yeah.
Can you give us a second?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Breaking the pattern. Okay, so here's some recommendations on what we can do to sort of break this pattern if you're somebody who struggles with porn addiction. So you're trying to stop an automatic behavior. When you're dealing with an addiction, it's so reinforced within you, it basically becomes an automatic behavior. And so that's what you're trying to work against. Start tracking your moods. At what point of the time, like at what point of the day do you feel most vulnerable? At what points do you feel yourself feeling the most stressed? At what points do you feel the most compelled? At what points do you feel the urge the strongest? You want to try to get more in tune with what's going on up here, alright? So you're trying to track your moods a bit more so that you know what circumstances and situations am I at the biggest risk. For a lot of people, computers are triggers, or even just a lot of people just use their phone even these days. So we want to come up with a plan. What are you going to do instead? You want to come up with an actual, and you want to develop an idea like, okay, what am I going to do instead? I want to find out what time of days I'm the most vulnerable, and then I want to schedule something else to do during that time so that I can just offset my triggers. Also, remember to just keep checking in with yourself. You want to check in with your moods. How are you feeling? Are you feeling hungry, angry, lonely, tired? What's going on? The key here is about being deliberate and proactive, but also about substitution. See, they're saying what I said. Remember? I said this and I said it might sound like, but the goal here is to replace it with something different. Some people quit smoking by eating candy. It was like, is the candy good for you? No, but is it better? Perhaps. So it's about rewiring your brain, and it can take time for your brain to rewire. It can take months for those brain circuits to start changing and to start forming those new pathways, but it is possible. Some days will be easier than others. Relapses happen. But just keep trying, alright? We also want to try to figure out what's the underlying issue that led you to a porn addiction in the first place. We need to fix that underlying issue so that we don't continue to relapse into addiction, no matter what the addiction is. Just like dealing with any addiction, it's not a quick fix and it takes time to rewire your brain, so just give yourself the time that you need and find the support that you need to do that, alright? Also, just continue to remind yourself that the porn industry is kind of disgusting. There's a lot of people who are exploited and taken advantage of and assaulted and sex trafficked, and you don't really want to be a part of that. Do you? You don't really want to be a part of that business. Do you? No? Probably not. You want to practice rewiring your brain before it gets even worse, because that's what porn does to your brain. It literally scrambles your midbrain. And now what normally will happen to people is they'll just continue to get more and more extreme with it. It's like the stuff that used to excite you no longer excites you, and now you need to go like further and further into these like more and more extreme categories. What are some of the tools to use when you're depressed? Visualization is my favorite, and it's the one that I found to be really helpful in dealing with my depression. Also, meditation I found really helpful. Let me talk about those a little bit. Visualization is a tremendously powerful tool, and all it is you're just using your imagination and you are using it in a constructive way rather than in a destructive way. Because normally what happens with anxiety and depression is our imagination just runs wild, and it starts to come up with some pretty self-destructive, self-defeating types of thoughts. And so when we practice visualization, and this is what I did, I can personally attest that this worked for me. Recognizing that I was depressed, and then asking myself every day, several times a day, what would I be doing, or what would it feel like, or what would I be thinking if I were just a little bit less depressed, just a little bit happier. You're just trying to figure out what that next baby step in the right direction is. Because that's how you get out of it. If you're gonna get out of depression, you gotta fight for every inch. You gotta claw your way out of it. Depression keeps trying to suck you back in. You gotta keep pulling yourself out. So visualization is a big one. Visualization is a big one because it familiarizes you with the person that you're trying to become. And if you want to become a happier version of yourself, you have to get to know that person. You have to learn how they think. You have to learn how they act. And you have to slowly become that person. I'm trying not to panic, and you're doing great. Just continue to feel all that love that you were feeling earlier. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's still all around you and inside you. So just allow it to overflow. Just try to feel that abundance of love. I feel like I'm one with the universe. Me too, brother. I found that meditation was also a helpful tool in combating depression, and I'll explain why. Once I came to terms with the fact that I was depressed, because that's where you get started, so you have to acknowledge and admit that you are depressed. Is I would just sit and meditate and just allow myself to ponder certain types of questions, or I would allow myself to experience certain types of emotions, and I would just ask myself things like, what is it that I have in life to feel sad about? And then just allowing myself to feel that sadness. The goal of this is once you have felt it, and once you have allowed yourself to feel it as fully as you can, then you can move on from it. I just needed to take the time to validate some of my deep-seated feelings. What's the sandwich? It's peanut butter and jelly. Raspberry jelly. Also, above all else, the most important thing to hang on to when you're fighting out of depression is to remember that you can get better. Depression will try to fool you into thinking that you can't get better. It will try to trick you. Because depression wants you to stay depressed. It doesn't want you to get better. You gotta start proving it wrong. I'm in for a long ride. Try to get cozy, partner. Also, getting a little bit of exercise really helps when you're depressed, and it doesn't have to be anything intense, even if it's just going for a little walk. Just something, you know? It can really help you. Just to start to feel more energy, start to build up your stamina. Also, practicing self-care is another big one. Because one of the things that happens when we're depressed is we stop practicing good self-care. We stop cleaning up after ourselves, we stop practicing good hygiene, we cut ourselves off from our friends and our loved ones. And what we want to do is remind ourselves that we are deserving of all those things. And so it's a meaningful gesture that we're trying to make. That we are deserving of self-love. We are deserving of self-care. Did I miss anything? Just remember this. You don't have depression. Depression has you. It's not you dealing with depression, it's depression dealing with you. Depression doesn't stand a chance. That's the way that I viewed it. I'm like, I don't have depression. Depression has me to worry about. Someone just wrote they're having a colonoscopy in a work email. Can I have some therapy to cope, please? Just tell them good luck, have fun. That's what I would do because I'm incredibly unprofessional in a workplace. Like, have a good time. Make sure to bring back some vacation photos to show us when you're back. Someone sent a pic of their kid's pulled tooth yesterday in our work Slack channel. Like, why are they okay with that? Like, why are they okay with doing that, but whenever I try to take a picture of the huge dump I just took in my work Slack channel, now they're talking to HR? Yeah, sometimes older people, they will just talk about their medical procedures and their medical history ad nauseum. It's actually kind of interesting. They'll be like, oh yeah, I went in for this procedure the other day and the doctor told me this and they said that I've got impacted feces. Like, oh, thanks. Can my friend's cat smell my anxiety? They might not be able to smell it, but they can probably pick up on the vibrational frequency of it. Like cats are very vibe-driven creatures. That's why they purr. They self-regulate themselves by vibrating. Like, they probably pick up on the anxious vibes. Cats are very sensitive creatures, so they can probably pick it up. Vibe-driven creatures. Never thought of that about cats, but it sounds right. Yep, I believe it to be true. Like, that's what a cat's doing whenever it comes up to you and lays on you and starts purring. It's vibe checking you. It's saying no. Like this. This is how you calm down, and then it helps you adjust your vibrational frequency. There's a reason why cat purring is so relaxing and so calming. Or maybe I'm just a freak. Maybe both. Could be both. Probably both. It has been 13 years since my mom passed away. Grief has been the most difficult and painful thing I have been through. Not only because my mom went through hell with pancreatic cancer, but how my immediate family handled this. I had to take on the responsibility of my father, who did absolutely nothing to help her, then my brother making things much harder and asking my mom for money and not lifting a finger to help either. I had to stay quiet in many instances to not cause my mom more stress. Then, my brother accused me of trying to kill my mother while, as her caregiver, I was trying to save her. Does your brother know he needs therapy, or would that be news to him if you were to tell him that he needs therapy? Do you think he already knows? Like, is he aware that he needs professional help, or... I hate men because of my father and brother. Try not to hate all men because of that. I know that it's hard because we do that as people. We extend the relationship that we have with the people close to us outwards. So I get it. It makes sense, but also they were dealing with their own stress and their own grief, and I don't know. We want to try not to judge people based on what they're doing when they're stressed and grieving, because when we're stressed and grieving, we can act in all sorts of ways that we're not proud of. I've made peace with the entire thing, but when her anniversary comes around, I remember the hell that my mom and I went through and try to let things go again. My mom has been the only person who allowed me to be myself and still be loved. She was the strongest person I know, and pray for an ounce of her strength every single day. Let me just say something. Your mom probably thinks that you are the strongest person that she knows. It sounds like you inherited all of that strength. Like, in this devastating situation, you're the one who stepped up. Like, you're strong as hell. I would just... I'm gonna try not to say that. I was gonna say, like, what I would do or what I would recommend. Grief is hard. It's not supposed to be easy. And it's harder when you really care about the person that you've lost. But she's at peace now, and me personally, I believe that she's still with you. And that she's incredibly proud of how strong you are. And so when you think back and you remember about the hell that you and her went through, just remember, you made it through. And now you're here. There's a lot of misconceptions about grief. A lot of people assume that grief is a linear process, or that grief works in stages. You've probably heard of the stages of grief, and it's an outdated concept. What we've learned is that grief can occur in any of those stages in any order, and it can bounce back in between them. And so, instead of viewing grief in stages, just try to view all of those aspects of grief as different pigments of paint, and you are painting a portrait of this person that you are grieving, using all of those different colors. I have no doubt in my mind that your mom was tremendously proud of you. And it's probably part of the reason why your father and your brother acted the way that they did was because they were resentful that they couldn't be as strong as you were. Sometimes men misinterpret lack of emotion as strength. And so by not caring about a thing or not feeling emotion, they feel strong, but what we know now is that that's actually weakness. Still with you, right here. You carry a little bit of her with you every day. And whenever you need to feel that strength, just ask for it. It's right there waiting for you. It's already there inside you. Misinterpreting brittleness for strength. Oh, you just gave me a great idea for a metaphor. Blacksmithing. If you're making a sword, and you make it out of 100% pure steel, it's going to be very hard, it's going to be very rigid, but it's also going to be very brittle. What you actually need if you're going to make a decent sword is you have to incorporate some carbon into the steel so that it's flexible, so that it can bend without breaking. 'Cause that is strength, flexibility, not rigidness. To be too hard and too rigid makes you brittle. Don't know anything about blacksmithing? You just know the word quenching? They actually dip it in oil. A lot of times they'll do an oil quench. I've watched a lot of blacksmithing videos. Did you miss the presentation yesterday? We didn't get to the presentation yesterday, actually. We didn't get to the presentation yesterday. We had too many questions. So we've got it for today, though. Well, we're gonna do a vote. We're gonna do a vote. So let me make a poll real quick. Let me make a quick poll. We got two to choose from today. We got two to choose from today. Either perfectionism or resilience. Those are your options. Apparently we're going with resilience. Apparently that's the crowd favorite so far.
Or roll on. Whether it's a warm spot to sun in or a quiet walk, cats make the most trivial things a source of delight.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Cats love freedom and solitude and just to be alive. And in one life or nine, the cat has always stirred our imaginations. Self-contained, aloof, wary, he's the source of a lively stream of myths, legends, and superstitions. Those eyes that dilate at night and shine in the dark, are they the eyes of a feline monster that demands human sacrifice? Or are they the eyes of an enchanting moon goddess? Cats have been either worshipped or scorned, admired or feared. From the beginning, they have provoked man's deepest emotions. Approximately 5,000 years ago, wild cats from the northern part of Africa wandered into the Nile Valley and were domesticated. They looked very much like today's Abyssinian cats. At first, the Egyptians used these cats to guard granaries. Later, they were also trained to retrieve. Bastet, goddess of life, fertility, and happiness, had the body of a woman and the head of a cat. The temple of Bastet preserved the mummies of tens of thousands of cats. They were regarded as religious symbols, worshipped for their beauty and grace. Cats were honored as the companions of goddesses in other pagan religions too. But the adoration the cat received in ancient times only led to a death sentence in the Middle Ages. As the medieval cult of the Norse goddess Freya spread, cats became identified with witchcraft, Satan, and evil, and witches were thought to assume the form of black cats. The church, determined to snuff out sorcery, hunted them down. Ownership of a cat was punished by death. And though we may be far from the Dark Ages now, the world is still sprinkled with people who are superstitious about cats, particularly black ones. The next step was again inevitable for the paradoxical cat. He became a hero. The Great Plague swept over Europe, destroying hordes of people. Cats killed the disease-carrying rats and began to be valued again. Since the last century, hardly a home in Europe has been without a cat. They have assumed their rightful place in our households. More than useful mousers, they are companions, friends, members of the family. It is the nature of the cat that allows him to adapt to our world and bask in the warmth of our affections. The romance between cat and man takes many forms. We are kindred enough for a cat to love, to appreciate, and yet alien enough for a cat to ignore. But when he wants our attention, he is insistent, persistent, demanding. The cat will try to con man out of almost anything. He demands an equal place in the family and lets us know his desires. As demanding and persistent as he may be, the cat can change his mind in an instant. His personality is a contrary mixture of dependence and self-sufficiency. He may trade on a bit of his independence, for he would rather lean on us than fend entirely for himself. He likes the special foods we feed him, foods we have developed to meet all his nutritional needs. He'll accept our home as a safe domain. We give him a place to sleep, litter boxes, scratching posts in place of trees, and toys in place of prey. Indoors, the cat lives in an imaginative world with tree-like objects to climb upon and scamper in, caves to hide in and explore. Every object may become a challenge to his curiosity, a conquest, an adventure. And there are endless perches from which to make and what the fascinating world of fun, danger, threat, and pleasure. Unlikely as it seems, cats often make friends with dogs, sometimes with complete trust and comfort. Cats befriend other animals too, even their natural prey. But their best friends and bitterest enemies are other cats. They speak to each other in secret dialects. Their games have rules known only to themselves, discussed at length at outlandish hours over backyard fences. Hidden in the night, they bring out their secret lives, their loyalties, jealousies, affections, and hatreds, which we can never hope.
Last chance to get your votes in. Do cats in the wild who climb a tree and refuse to get down just starve? No, eventually they make their way down. Eventually they'll just... because a cat can survive a jump out of a tree easily. They're just... It's like if it's your cat though, and it's stuck up in a tree, it's like you want to get it down because you want to make sure that you can get it inside safely.
Loyal and fickle, dignified and comical, sassy and demure. Take any adjective, and you'll find a cat lurking behind it. To understand the cat, we must accept him and cherish him on his own terms, as an animal, half friend, half mystery.
Oh, it's close. It's close. We're coming down to the last few seconds. Perfectionism with 6 votes. Resilience with 8 votes. 7 to 8. It's a 7-8 split. Resilience. Resilience wins out narrowly. 1 vote. Can't help but feel like a slideshow on cats would be helpful, you know? That would be fun, wouldn't it? Alright. I'm gonna take a break from the question box for now. We'll check back in there later. Let's take some time to talk about resilience, shall we? Wow, that's the closest vote I've ever seen. Eight to 7. Resilience is the winner. By 1 vote. Just goes to show every vote counts. I thought perfectionism was gonna win, if I'm being honest. I thought perfectionism was gonna win. Fun fact, cats can survive a fall at terminal velocity. Which means that a cat couldn't technically survive a fall from any height, as long as they land on something relatively soft. So yeah, a cat can jump out of a tree and be fine, it's just that it's scared. Cats are very sensitive and skittish little creatures, so... I'm keeping it together so well today. That's resilience. You're living it. Just 1 second. I'm typing something. Accidentally bought a furry head, but I'm really trying not to be. I feel like you just need to embrace it. Just embrace it. Is there a robot equivalent to being a furry? Now we're talking. Now that's what I'm wondering. Probably. Probably people that like to dress up like robots. Oh, a robot, yeah, an otherkin. An otherkin is kind of an umbrella term that can be used to describe any number of different identities that people form. You'll learn all about this stuff if you do deep dives into the weird corners of TikTok. There's nothing wrong with being a furry, okay? Are otherkin all non-human identifying? No. Some are human adjacent or human-esque. Some people identify as humans from a different age or a different time period or somebody from history. Some people identify as humans from fiction. Some people identify as content creators on the internet. Can't wait until somebody has a Papa B altar. One of my favorite interactions that I've ever witnessed on the internet was Casey roasted somebody on Twitter, and as a result, they formed an altar of their in their DID collective that was Caseytron. So it's a wild place out there. Do I have time to make a sandwich before I get into the presentation? Depends on the type of sandwich, but you better get to it, because I'm not gonna wait all day. Papa telling a woman she better get to making a sandwich? On the contrary, I'm so adverse to asking women to make a sandwich for me. I went into Subway and the sandwich artist was a woman, so I just left. It's a joke, okay? Listen here, you bearded little bitch. Excuse me, I wasn't attacking you. What is going on here? I'm over here waiting. You said, do I have time to make a sandwich? I said, sure, go ahead and make your sandwich. We'll wait. Next thing I know, you're calling me a little bitch. Here, one of you take over. One of you give the presentation. I'm clocking out for today. One of you take over. Your fridge is too cold. If your fridge is freezing things, turn it down. It's too cold. Resilience. It's when chat calls you a little bitch, but you keep on carrying on and you give your presentation anyway. Resilience. This is something we all want to try to build. This is something that is good. We want to have more resilience. Resilience is a good thing. Okay. He's got the riz. Aliens. What is resilience? I'm glad I put this slide in here because I don't know what resilience is, and now I'm about to learn what it is. Resilience. Resilience is your ability to bounce back, whether it be from adversity, whether it be from trauma, or whether it be from the stresses of everyday life. Resilience is your ability to get back on the horse after it kicks you off. You get knocked down, you get back up again, you get knocked down, you get back up again, you get knocked down, you get back up again, and they're never going to keep you down. So, resilience. It's all about how we adapt. Whether it be adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. As you can see here, resilience is a good thing. It's about not letting life keep you down when it knocks you down. You keep getting back up. What does adversity mean? Adversity is when you are a Twitch streamer and people say mean things to you. That is adversity. Adversity is something that your adversary does to you. A state of hardship, affliction, or misfortune, a calamitous event, opposition, that's adversity. It's okay, I forgive. I blame the pork tree anyway. It's all the pork tree's fault. That's why we made pork tree moderator, so we've got somebody to ban for all of our misfortunes. By understanding the psychology behind resilience, we can develop better strategies to cope with the challenges that we face. So, resilience is something that you can learn. It's not just something that you're born with. Although some people seem to be more naturally resilient than others, it's hard to say what exactly causes people to be more resilient in that way. Resilience tends to be something that grows with a person in time. So, what are some factors that contribute to our resilience? First up, social support. Social support is a big factor in a person's ability to bounce back. Having strong connections with your family, or your friends, and your community, it can give you that emotional support and a sense of belonging, and those both go very well with a person's ability to bounce back. If you have people there who want to see you bounce back, people there who care about you, and who want to see you doing well, that's what this is. All this up here, we're forming a social support network. I like to view you all as a community, which I guess kind of makes me the mayor, even though I wasn't elected. Does anybody else want to run for mayor? You'd be running against me. We can run a poll right now. Does anybody else want to run for mayor of this community? All you divisive political weirdos need to start listening to some OG second wave ska music. Start embracing our differences rather than becoming indifferent. Do you recognize that coming in and calling people a bunch of divisive political weirdos is something that a divisive political weirdo does? Do you have the self-awareness to recognize your own political weirdo divisiveness? Also, you can put a gun to my head and I'm not listening to Real Big Fish. If I ever had to knock on wood. I will not be listening to ska, thank you very much. In my life, I consider it self-harm. I've just got ska horns stuck in my head. Are those ska horns? Why have you done this to me? So, social support, it's super important. It helps people cope with stress. It also reduces our feelings of isolation, and it gives us practical assistance when needed. You know, it's good to have a friend with a truck if you need to move a couch. Practical assistance. Positive outlook and attitude. That's factor number 2. Optimism and a positive attitude. This is what allows you to see challenges as temporary and as more manageable. So, a positive outlook and a good attitude and a sense of optimism really contributes to a person's ability to bounce back. If you believe that things can get better, it helps them to get better. Hello, Vix Vulcaner. Good evening. Believing in your ability to overcome difficulties helps you to overcome your difficulties. This is something that I feel like I've said every single stream. If you believe in your own abilities, if you believe that you can learn, if you believe that you can grow, if you believe that you can heal, then it drastically increases your chances of doing those things. Also, when you believe in your ability to overcome a difficult problem, it fosters a proactive approach to your problem solving. You start to deal with your problems before they become too big to handle. You recognize, your own behavioral patterns. It's like, you can recognize, it's like, oh yeah, this is something that I want to steer away from because I don't want to get sucked into that. I don't want to get hooked on that. I don't want to get roped into that. That's factors number 1 and 2, social support and a positive outlook and attitude. More factors. We got more factors. Adaptability and flexibility. This is another factor that contributes to our resilience. By being open to change and by being able to adapt to new circumstances, that makes us more resilient. Change is inevitable. Change is a natural part of life. Just like ska music working its way out of the public norm and off of the radio is because it was meant to happen. Flexible thinking. This is what allows us to adjust our goals and plans whenever we're faced with a setback or an unexpected challenge. Because these sorts of things happen, right? And this is why we want to really focus on taking things one step at a time, is because if we overthink things and we think too far ahead, things are probably going to be different by the time we get there, and so it doesn't really help us to think that far ahead. We want to try to remain flexible so that we can adjust our goals and our plans whenever setbacks occur or whenever an unexpected challenge pops up. Can you dig it? I feel like this is something that everybody can work on. All of these goals are things, all of these factors, these are things that everybody could work on a little bit. We've all got room for improvement. If we had watched the perfectionism presentation, we would have realized that nobody's perfect. You dig it? I want to start saying, can you dig it, like the guy from The Warriors? You know that movie, The Warriors? Can you dig it? That's 3. Number 4, coping skills. Having good coping skills is a big part of how resilient you are. If you have good coping skills, such as good problem-solving skills, emotional regulation skills, mindfulness skills, this is what really empowers people to manage their stress and face adversity. Having good coping skills can be, like, in talking about these different factors, we want to have we want to promote all of these factors within us. That's what makes us the most resilient. And what you might notice is that not one of these factors is enough on their own. It's not just about having social support, it's also about having coping skills and being flexible and having the good optimistic mindset. All of these things play a part in resilience. And if we want to be the most resilient, if we want to have the best chance of bouncing back when we get knocked down, we want to try to build up skills in all of these areas. When we develop our healthy coping skills, it helps to reduce the impact of negative experiences. Think about, we talk about like DBT all the time, and we talk about the different things that people learn in different therapy programs. There's a skill set that people can work on, and we refer to it as distress tolerance. And distress tolerance is all about reducing the impact of a negative event. You become better at handling that type of stress, and so it doesn't affect you as much. Coping skills. Am I resilient or just stubborn as fuck? Porque no los dos. You thought that was all? Guess what? There's more of them. A sense of purpose and meaning. No habla español? Could be both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Alright, another factor that contributes to our resilience is having a sense of purpose and meaning. When you feel like you have a sense of purpose in life, it can help to provide you motivation, and it can also help you to persevere when times get tough. One of the most consistent things in longevity is having this sense of purpose. There are actually different words that are used to describe it in different cultures. On the Japanese island of Okinawa, there is a community that has a vastly above average number of people who live to be over 100 years old. These communities that live to be over, generally tend to live to be over 100 years old, we refer to these as blue zones. There are certain areas across the world where more people live to be at least 100 years old than average. And there were researchers that went around to all of these different areas all across the world, and they interviewed people and took a look at their lifestyle. And one of the common threads that connected all of these things was having a sense of purpose. If you don't have a sense of purpose, you don't live as long. But having a sense of purpose can help you to live even longer. So whatever it may be. So try to identify, what are your personal values? What are your goals? What do you want your mark to be on the world? To have that sense of purpose contributes to our resilience. And one of the things that I've noticed in people who feel very down, people who feel very, hard on themselves, people who might be very depressed, is they almost always report this feeling of this purposelessness, or they feel like there is no meaning. But there is purpose and there is meaning, but you have a say in what that is. People ask me sometimes, what's the point? That's up to you to decide. That's why we have free will. Lastly, another factor that contributes to resilience is having a sense of control. If you feel a sense of control in your life and the circumstances that you're in, this can also increase your resilience. But what's important is to focus on the things that are actually in your control. You can't control other people. You can't control what other people think about you. You can't control what happens in life. The only thing that you can control is what's going on in here. This is me tying resilience into stoicism, is focusing on the things in life that you do have control over. I can't control what happens, but I can control how I respond to it. Carrying on. Let's talk about some strategies for building resilience. So we talked about the different factors that contribute to feeling resilience. So let's talk about some strategies. What are some things that we can do to build our resilience? Anybody want to be more resilient? Anybody? Anybody here? Anybody? Is that something you're interested in? Maybe? Perhaps? Finished my tiny Coke can. Such a tiny can. I could just pretend it's a regular can and act like I'm really big. Like, wow, look how big I am. It's actually just a tiny can. Alright, well, thank you, Forsaken Menu. Forsaken Menu wants to learn how to build strategies for building resilience, so this is just for you. Everybody who remained quiet, everybody who didn't say anything, you aren't allowed to listen. You have to plug your ears. This is just for Forsaken Menu. Alright, you ready? First off, let's talk about developing a support network. Having a support network is an important factor in resilience. And so if we want to build our resilience, what we want to try to do is try to develop our support network. And we do this by cultivating relationships. The word here is cultivate, which is a word you might often associate with like growing plants or farming. But that's what we're doing here. We're cultivating. We're planting seeds. We're giving those seeds what they need. Cultivating. What does that mean? To improve and prepare. To grow or tend. So maybe you don't have such a great support network. What we want to try to do is develop our support network. We want to try to build those relationships that we're looking for, whether that be with supportive friends, whether that be with family members, or whether it be with our peers. So consider joining a community group or participate in activities that align with your interests so that you can start to build that sense of belonging. You know, maybe take some time volunteering, or, you know, it may be, you know, at a food bank, it may be at an animal shelter, it may be in any number of things. There's all sorts of different community groups out there that are looking for volunteers. And so it's a good way to start building your support network and start engaging and connecting with people. It's all about cultivating, okay? When you meet somebody that you like and you meet somebody that you connect with, they don't need to immediately become your best friend. This is a relationship you're trying to build. So just allow things to grow organically. Next up, we also want to practice some self-care. We're talking about self-care all the time here, and it's because it's really important. Unless you're that one guy who said that self-care didn't help, which I honestly was sad about. I felt sad. We want to prioritize our physical health. We want to make sure that we're getting good sleep. We want to make sure that we're getting regular exercise. And we want to make sure that we're maintaining a balanced diet. We want to make sure we're getting all of our nutrients. Because when your physical health is out of whack, it throws your mental health out of whack too. Take some time to engage in activities that can promote relaxation. Some things that can help you to reduce your stress. Whether it be meditation, or yoga, or taking time to practice your hobbies. That's your homework for today. I want you to engage in a hobby. I want you to practice your relaxation. That's your homework for today. Let's continue. Some more strategies for building resilience. Cultivating optimism. You might not be much of an optimist today, but that doesn't mean that you can't learn, you can't grow your optimism. If you continue to challenge your negative thought patterns, and you continue to work on replacing them with more positive and realistic perspectives, your brain will change. Cognitive restructuring. You can change the way that you think. You can break your old negative thought patterns and replace them with more positive and healthy ones. And this really helps a person build their optimism. Try to adopt a strengths-based approach. You want to focus on your strengths. You want to focus on your past successes. This will help you to build your confidence in overcoming future challenges. Instead of looking back on your hardships and feeling a sense of dread or regret or remorse or grief or whatever it may be, take a look back at a different way and ask yourself, what helped me get through that? What sort of strengths do I have that helped me to survive and to navigate these challenging situations that I've been through? This is why I always ask people after they have a tough day. I like to ask them the following day, so what helped you to get through that? When we learn how to recognize our own strengths, it builds our confidence and it helps us to tackle challenges. So, focus on your strengths. What are some of your strengths? Anybody have any strengths that they identify within themselves that they'd like to share? Also, being able to share your strengths is a strength in its own way, as interesting as that is. Another strategy for building our resilience: develop your problem-solving skills. The key to developing your problem solving skills is to practice breaking down your problems into manageable steps. If a problem feels too big, break it down. And if it's a problem that you realize that you're not going to be able to solve on your own, thank you for the 1 year, Mike. So where can we get all these PowerPoints? Oh, I've got them. I got them all. If you want any of them, let me know. Should I post them all somewhere? Thank you for subscribing for 1 year. If a problem feels too big, it probably is too big. And so what you need to focus on is, what is the first step that I can work on? You want to break down a problem into smaller problems, more manageable, digestible, bite-sized pieces. Perhaps one of those steps in solving your problems is to find somebody to ask for help. Say what, Tyler? Thank you for subscribing for 10 months. We're on a hype train? Do I take a break from the presentation for a hype train? Probably. I should probably take a break from the presentation for the hype train. It's my problem-solving skill, because now I've got a problem that I need to solve. We're on a hype train, but I'm also in the middle of a presentation, so my problem-solving skill is going to be take a break from the presentation. Don't be afraid to seek help and ask for advice from others when you need to. And be open to trying new approaches. That is the key to develop problem-solving skills. The misconception about problem-solving skills is that you have to be some sort of smarty pants. You gotta be some sort of brainiac. Not true. Sometimes really smart people suck at solving problems because they don't ask for help, or they don't ask for advice, or they don't break the problem down into manageable steps. And so it doesn't really matter who you are or how your brain works. If you break down the problem into pieces that are manageable for you, you can work through a problem. Alright everybody, we're hype training. We're hype training. We're hype training, so we're gonna take a brief break here. We're gonna take a hype break. So cue up the jock jams. Let's cue up the let's cue up the jock jams. It's hype time. Forsaken Menu, thank you for the 100 bits. We need to turn those beats up. Crank that music. If you're not subscribed, get in here. There might be gifters lurking around. There just might be some gifters lurking around, you never know. Keep that hype up. Keep that hype up. We don't want want to see a hype train turn into a flop train. One minute left. Just 1 minute left on that hype train. We're about to leave the station. Hey, Central Committee with the 2 gifted subs. Why is O Canada on this playlist? Interesting. Alright, everybody, Mike secured you another 4 minutes of hype. I almost got off easy. But hey, if you like free mental health support on twitch.tv, consider supporting me, this streamer.
Here is the goal. Back with the bass, pajamas live in effect, and I don't waste time on the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm here to combine beats and lyrics to make you shake your pants, take a chance. Come on and dance, guys. Grab a girl, don't wait, make a twirl.
Christian with the gifted sub.
Move your butt to the dance floor. So yo, what's up? Hands in the air. Come on, say yeah. Everybody over here, everybody over there. The crowd is live and I will do this groove. Party people in the house, move.
Get those subs in, get those primes in. Throw some bits at your boy. And if you can't do any of those things, at least dance. Everybody dance now. That's not a suggestion, that's an order. Leftward ho! Oh, we're so close. We're at 83%.
Pause, take a breath and go for yours on my command. Now hit the
I believe.
dance floor. Gonna make you sweat till you bleed. As that open up, indeed. I paid the price to
I believe.
control the dice. I'm more precise. To the point, I'm nice. The music takes control. Your heart is
For second menu with 100 bits.
dance so you can't dance, so you can't dance no more.
Another 100. Thank you for second menu.
Come back then upside down, easy now. Let me see you move. Move.
Look at me. Look at me. It's not even Throat Thursday. It's not even Throat Thursday. Snaily Bear, thank you for gifting that sub to Forsaken Menu. Grace GN, thank you for gifting that sub. We did it. We hit a new level. The hype train continues.
I've got something to tell you. I've got news for you. Gonna put some wheels in motion. Hey now, hear what I say.
That one looks just like Beeve. It looks just like Beaver. Where is Beaver?
We'll be there for you. The bang up bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and interstate disco. The wheels are still are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, get on and move your body.
They said we're on a hype train, so give the streamer money.
Hey now, hear what I say now. Happiness is just around the corner. Hey now, hear what I say now. We'll be there for you. The bang up bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and interstate disco. The wheels are still are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, get on and move your body. The bang up bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco and interstate disco. The wheels are still are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, get on and move your body.
Manifesting Oilers, manifesting gifters, manifesting compassionate and generous people who are also fans of free mental health care. A pork tree with 500 bits! Pork tree's putting my kids through college! "35 seconds left. Are we gonna keep the hype going?" Woo! Thank you, Hypers. Thank you, Hypers. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the gifted subs. Mwah. Thank you for the bits. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just wait until the next hype train. That one's gonna be Should I summon Beaver? That's the question. Kind of feel like I want to summon Beaver. Let me see if I can summon him. He responds to the jingling of the laser pointer. And he hears that. He normally comes running. So let me see if I can summon him. I opened the door, he was sitting outside of the door. It's like he already knew. Beaver, come here. Come here, buddy. Come on. Oh, he's just sitting here. Come on, Beaver. Beaver. Gotcha. Gotcha. It's my birthday boy. He turned 1 year old a few days ago. Mwah. Mwah. Still a baby. He'll always be my baby. I think I need to go close that door again because there's jazz playing loudly in the other room and I feel like my microphone is picking it up. Alright. Enough fooling around. Enough fooling around. Enough monkey business. What am I? Alright, gamers. Alright, gamers. Let's get back to it. let's get back into that presentation. Picking up where we left off, we were talking about some strategies for building resilience. The next one is to find meaning in adversity. Sometimes when you face adversity, that means that you're headed in the right direction. Whether it be breaking away from generational trauma or protesting against an institution that doesn't serve the interest of the people. I forgot what adversity means. Hardship. Struggle. Those types of things. It's almost midnight. I'm tired. Excuse me, what did you just say? Sorry, what did you just say to me? Apology not accepted. Apology rejected. A good way to build our resilience is to take a look at the hardships that we've been through, the struggles that we've faced, the challenges that we've overcome, and to identify the lessons that we have learned and identify the ways in which we have grown. So sometimes you have to dig deep and connect with your values and your beliefs that can offer you a sense of meaning and purpose when times get tough. A perfect example of finding meaning in adversity, the neighboring school district organization is unseating the Moms for Liberty majority last November. There you go. Right? It's like sometimes when you face hardship and adversity, it means that you're headed in the right direction. And sometimes you want to look back on your past struggles and say, you know what? That's the stuff that made me strong. That's the stuff that made me who I am today. And if I hadn't gone through all that stuff, I could be somebody completely different. Gratitude. We're always talking about practicing gratitude here, and for good reason. When you spend time practicing gratitude, it puts your mind into a place of joy. It helps to rewire your brain, and it helps you to think in a more positive direction. It's not easy to just invoke a state of joy or happiness, but it is easier to practice gratitude. And gratitude is kind of that bridge that gets you to a more joyful state of mind. So just take time to regularly acknowledge and appreciate the positive aspects of your life, especially when times get tough. Like when I messed up my arm getting flung off of a four-wheeler. Well, I was grateful that things weren't worse. Like, sure, my arm hurt really bad. Sure, I'm still healing from it. But I didn't break it. Keeping a gratitude journal or making it a habit to express gratitude to others can enhance your resilience and your emotional well-being. So I'm going to practice my gratitude. I'm grateful for all of you. Whether you're a chatter or just a listener, whether you're here live or watching the VOD, I'm grateful that you're here. Could be anywhere else, but you're here, and that means something to me. So thank you. I hurt my arm. I did. I was loading a four-wheeler into the back of the truck, and we didn't have it, like, the ramp to get into the back of the truck was just a little bit too steep, and so while I was pulling the four-wheeler up into the truck, it started to tip, and then I got flung into my neighbor's yard. But yeah, I messed up my arm, and it's getting better. It's getting better. A little bit of tendonitis. I'm getting my strength back. My arm's gonna come back stronger than ever. Yeah, it was pretty nasty. I wasn't really able to do much with my arm for a little while. I still can't, like, twist it properly, because part of what injured was the tendon that, like, allows you to rotate your arm like this. So I can't really do that with my other arm. I mean, I kind of can, but it kind of hurts. But I'm healing, so that's what matters. Conclusion. This was a shorter presentation today. The resilience presentation wasn't a super long one. The perfectionism one wasn't super long either. These presentations that are just focused on, like, specific little topics, they tend to be a little bit shorter. So, main takeaways here, I want you to recognize that resilience is a skill. It's something that you can develop and strengthen over time. So maybe you don't feel particularly resilient right now. Maybe you feel like life's got you beaten down. You don't have to always feel that way. You can grow, you can change, you can get stronger. And sometimes all that takes is just recognizing the strength that's already within you. In fact, I'd say that's the case for most people. Most of the people that I've met and worked with already have a lot of strength. It's just that they have a hard time recognizing it. So, when we understand the factors that contribute to resilience, and we practice implementing strategies to allow us to better cope with stress and adversity, this can lead us to improved mental health and well-being. So, hopefully today you have learned what are the factors that contribute to resilience, and we also went over some strategies that you can go through to help to foster your resilience. So I hope you're feeling resilient. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. Thank you, you're too kind. I think resilient is a word I'll use to describe myself if I can remember it. Just say it to yourself a few times. Resilient, resilient, resilient. Whether or not you can remember it, it is a word that we will use to describe you. All righty. Well, chat. We're through our presentation and we're all caught up on questions. So, what do you want to talk about? What's on your mind? How you feeling? You think Austin's having fun? Dropped a tab of acid a few hours ago. The dude's probably chilling. Hope he's chilling. Nazis attacked a leftist gathering today. Well, the leftists had to stamp out the Nazis the first time. And the leftists will have to stamp out the Nazis again this time. It seems to be the way that it goes. The Swedes were kind of Nazi-leaning during all that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you're dealing with an ideology that idealizes a blonde-haired, blue-eyed archetype as like the ideal human, of course a nation that's full of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people are going to be like, hey, that's a good idea. Fascism isn't gonna win. It better not, or I'm gonna be so pissed. I got prescribed medicine, if anyone is wondering. How do you feel about it? You feel pretty good about it? You feel like it's gonna help you? If you feel good, I feel good. was here yesterday, but I had to leave before my submission got answered, and I was wondering if this was normal for someone diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I'll meet up with someone new and think they're the best thing ever and tell them everything I've been through and my most intimate feelings, then within a week's time I treat them like a regular friend. If I have a friend who doesn't message me within a day, I either think that they're mad at me, they've betrayed me, or someone's gotten to them. I have an extreme fear of abandonment. Then I go through times where I'm apathetic and I feel like I'm an empty person and I have self-image problems, like I have to look my best. Then during depressive episodes, I do a lot of self-harm sometimes, but that's an extreme. These types of feelings of like fear of abandonment and like rejection sensitivity is another word for it. It's not something that's tied to bipolar disorder. When we think of bipolar disorder, we're just thinking, you have periods of hypomania or mania, and you have periods of depression. So, you have those ups and downs in your moods over the span of like weeks or months or even years. Extreme fear of abandonment is a symptom of BPD, borderline personality disorder, but that doesn't mean that you have borderline personality disorder. I'm not trying to diagnose anybody with anything like that. I'm just that's something that you actually do see it as, like, this is a symptom of it. But it's also important to remember, like Cutie Cheek says, there's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of overlap between a lot of different diagnoses for mental health. And a lot of people who have either borderline or bipolar, you get a lot of misdiagnosis. You might go to one doctor and they might say, oh yeah, this person is borderline because of these reasons. And then you might go to a different doctor and they might say, actually, you have bipolar due to these reasons. And so what matters most is you understand what your symptom is, and when you understand your symptom and you understand the behaviors that are tied into that symptom, that empowers you to start working on it and doing something about it. I do remember this question popping up yesterday, and what we talked about yesterday when we went through that question was, I remember you mentioned that it was an irrational fear in that other submission. And so one of the ways that we approach irrational fears is we try to approach them rationally. And so if a person hasn't responded to you within a day, why could that be? What are some reasons why that could happen? We want to try to not jump into the most extreme answer to that question. We want to try to look at it logically and rationally. There's probably a 95% chance that they were just busy or distracted. They had something else come up and they weren't able to get back to you right away. We also talked about how when you meet someone new, that feeling within a person that makes you feel like I have to tell them everything I've been through. I have to tell them all of my deepest, darkest secrets. And I feel like the reason why people do this is because they want to protect themselves from getting abandoned. You have this extreme fear of abandonment, and so whenever you start a new relationship, you want to get it all out of the way, and you want to tell them every single thing about you, so that if they are going to leave, they leave before you get too close to them. Because you might have the fear that if they find these things out later, they're going to leave. So you try to get it all out of the way ahead of time. So, these strategies that we use to try to protect ourselves from abandonment don't really work that well. And sometimes they actually contribute to us being abandoned more often. When we have this extreme fear of abandonment and we immediately jump to, a person didn't respond to me, so I'm going to immediately jump to the worst case scenario. They're either mad at me, or they've been kidnapped, or something terrible has happened. The other person might not respond well to that. The other person might see that as off-putting and then might not want to continue the relationship with you. And so it's that extreme fear of abandonment that might actually be contributing to the breakdown of some of your relationships. You gotta give people some space. There have probably been times in your life where you haven't been able to get back to somebody right away. There have probably been times in your life where you saw that you got a message and you're like, oh, my friend messaged me. But then something comes up, your cat starts puking, something gets knocked over and you have to go clean up a mess. Life gets in the way. And so, what would you want your friends to assume if you didn't respond right away? I just want you to try to apply this technique. It's called the best friend technique. What would you want your best friend to think if you did that thing? And so if you didn't respond within a day, what would you want your best friend to do? These are all things that can be worked on, and so I hope that you are optimistic, because I feel like you should be. You should be optimistic, because these are all things that you can work on. These are all things that can be changed. These are all things that can be mended. So you've got a good insight and you've got a good understanding of what your symptoms are, and so you have a lot of power there. You have a lot of power to do something about them. So just keep asking yourself, what would I rather do instead? How would I rather respond? Keep practicing those new behaviors, those healthy coping strategies, and they will start to stick. You'll start to transition into newer, healthier behaviors. I feel like this person would have to be asked a few more questions before BPD comes into question. Yeah, and I didn't say that this person had BPD. I just recognized that because they asked if what they were experiencing was a symptom of bipolar disorder, and I was saying, no, it's not a symptom of bipolar disorder. but it is a symptom of BPD, not that you have BPD, because you can have an intense fear of abandonment but not have BPD. Intense fear of abandonment just so happens to be one of the symptoms of BPD. That's all I was saying. Because they were asking about how it correlates to certain diagnoses. That's why I brought it up. Try to find out and focus on your strengths. You've got a good understanding of your symptoms, so now I want you to also have a good understanding of what your strengths are. And just keep working on it. Just keep working on it, you'll get there. Could you share some strategies for dealing with agoraphobia? Is a Leyland here? Is a Leyland here? A Leyland struggled a lot with agoraphobia a few years ago, but has been able to work on it and is now doing very well. No, a Leyland's not here. That's because a Leyland's doing so well they don't come here anymore. They're just doing too well now. Wait, what the heck? Did you say you don't need a diagnosis to treat? Yeah, you do. Look at you guys spreading malpractice on the internet. What are you talking about? No, you don't need a diagnosis in order to treat a symptom, you goon. It's like, you're in here asking about, what do I feel about people marrying their cousins? Okay. Alright, you brought it up. That's interesting. Yeah, you absolutely don't need a diagnosis in order to treat your symptoms. You don't have to be diagnosed with depression in order to treat your depression. You don't have to be diagnosed with anxiety to treat your anxiety. Why would you have to have the diagnosis? That's such a backwards way of looking at it. It's like, no, I don't need a professional to come out to my house and tell me that my house is on fire in order for me to put out the fire in my kitchen, okay? Doesn't make any sense. It's a backwards way of looking at it. It's like, now hold on. Before we try to put out this fire in the stove, we should probably call out a professional who can accurately diagnose that it is a fire. Why are you talking about inbreeding? Or what? Like, we get it. We get it. You want to have sex with your cousin. We get it. So go for it. I don't fucking care. I think it's gross, but you do you. A diagnosis can help you better understand your symptoms. That is true. But I also want you to remember that sometimes people get a diagnosis and then they make it a part of their identity, and then they're actually discouraged from treating that diagnosis because now they have a sense of self because of this diagnosis. You see it a lot in like mental health facilities. Like when you have like a community mental health facility and a lot of people form their social groups within that mental health center, it's like people will start to wear their diagnosis as if it's, you know, a title or a label. Like, you're having an episode, brother. Go take a walk. Like, what are you doing in here? Should go tell your doctor about it. Go take a breather. But they did bring up an interesting point. They did bring up an interesting point. Not the incest, having kids with your cousin stuff, because that was kind of strange. That was really weird. But the thing about diagnosis, you don't have to have a diagnosis in order to treat your symptoms. Sometimes it can take you a really long time to get the right diagnosis. It can give you a better understanding of the problems that you're working with, but you also don't want to tie your identity into your diagnosis. You want to view it as a set of symptoms that you are working on treating and working on overcoming. Because I've met far too many people that were ingrained in the mental health system that viewed their diagnosis as a part of their identity. They viewed their entire life through that lens. And so it made healing very difficult because it's a part of who they are. It's just they viewed it as like a character trait. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted from this question. Share some strategies for dealing with agoraphobia. I've been struggling to leave my house due to overwhelming anxiety. For instance, even simple tasks like going to the grocery store seem daunting and provoke panic attacks. Any advice on how to gradually regain control and face these fears would be greatly appreciated. Alright, I got you. 2 things. Or maybe it's 3 things. I'll come back to you on that. So, first off, it's all about exposure. We want to slowly expose ourselves to the thing that causes us fear and worry, and we want to do that in a gradual, step-by-step way, while also providing ourselves with reassurance as we do that. So maybe the start is to, if you live in an apartment, maybe just walking around in the hallway or walking outside around your building, or if you live in a house, maybe just walking around in your backyard. Or maybe going for a walk around your block at a time of day where you feel like you'll be safe. You don't want to do this out in the middle of the night. Just do it at a time of day when you feel the most safe. And while you're doing it, this is an important part. I don't want you to miss out on this part. While you're doing it, You have to remind yourself, I'm okay right now. I'm safe right now. That's one of the key parts in this, is to continue to provide yourself with that reassurance, letting yourself know that you are safe. You are giving yourself reminders and reassurance. And then afterwards, look back on it and say, what went well? What worked? What did I do right? What was a challenge for me? You're just trying to break it down and look at it like any other problem that you can solve, just step by step. What you'll want to do is try to work yourself up to the point where you're able to go to the grocery store and you'll feel some anxiety, but you might not go full into a panic attack. That's how you know that you're in a good place, is you're able to feel a little bit of your anxiety, because it's not about getting rid of your anxiety, it's about lessening your anxiety. And so you'll still feel some when you go to the store, but just continue to practice what you've been practiced in those other steps, whether it be going for a walk or going to the park. And just continuously reminding yourself, I'm okay right now, I'm safe. I'm gonna bring up Alaylan again, because Alaylan is one of the community members here who had agoraphobia, but now Alaylan is out doing all sorts of stuff. They're out running 5Ks and, doing all sorts of things. They're living their life, and it's great. What they started with was just getting out and just going for walks. And then going a little bit further with that walk, and just continuously, just pushing that boundary, just continuously finding the limits of your comfort zone and then going just one step further. Not to the point where you feel like you're going to have a panic attack, but just to the point where you can actually start to feel your anxiety start to build, so that you can just kind of watch it. You can kind of watch that anxiety as it's kind of builds up in you, and then remind yourself, I'm okay, I'm calm, I'm peaceful, I'm not going to get hurt. The more practice, the easier this will get. So just take it at your own pace, take it at a pace that feels comfortable for you, but don't be afraid of discomfort. Discomfort means that you're working in the right direction. So what you want to try to do is push yourself a little bit so that you feel some of that discomfort, but not so much that it overwhelms you. Does that make sense? Like, if you're okay with driving, maybe even like driving to the store and just sitting there and just kind of watching. And just, ground yourself and just observe. Like, you don't have to go in if you don't want to. Or maybe you could go to somewhere like the library. Maybe you could go somewhere like the library, where it's meant to be quiet. And you can just go in and you can just walk around a little bit. Maybe pick up a book. Maybe read a couple pages of it. Maybe check a book out. I would say some good places to practice dealing with your agoraphobia. Work your way up to the grocery store, because the grocery store can be loud, it can be hectic, there could be a lot of people there, but there are other places that you can go that are much more mellow, like libraries, the bookstore. Maybe you could go to the park. Maybe you could go see a movie. The point is, find your comfort zone and then take just one step beyond it. Because right now, your comfort zone is your house, and we're trying to expand that comfort zone. The only way that you can expand your comfort zone is by making yourself uncomfortable. So just find a little bit of uncomfortableness, a little bit of discomfort, but not so much that you induce panic. Build yourself up to it. You're going to be just fine. You're going to do great. Also, it can be really helpful if you have a friend with you, somebody that you trust. I've fallen and I can't get up. Do you have a life alert? If you have a life alert, just go ahead and hit that button. Just hit that little button on your life alert. They'll be on their way. Part 2. Don't worry, I'll work on my symptoms. I'm not going to make it my identity. Good. That's what I'd like to see anybody with no matter what your diagnosis is, I don't want you to make it your identity. Because that's just going to make you embedded in your symptoms. I was wondering if it was bipolar because it runs in my family, and my mom is a lot like this. After she divorced my dad, she still believes to this day that her family betrayed her and they conspired against her to take her down, and she believes her well-known abusive dad, who is dead, she talks about him like he walked on water. That, to me, is a better explanation as to where your behaviors come from. It seems to me like you picked them up from your parents, which happens. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have any sort of like diagnosis associated with it. It's just that this type of thing is often inescapable when it comes to the things we pick up in our development. We don't really have much of a choice when we're kids, what we learn and what we don't learn from our parents. And sometimes we pick up some of their negative traits, whether or not we intend to. Sometimes it's like a generational trauma type thing. And I do this a lot with how I talk about my parents. I'll act like they're horrible, and then I'll act like they're awesome. You know, it could be a little bit of both. Sometimes parents can be really, 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 really bad in some ways, but then in other ways they can be not so bad. I think this is just a bit of cognitive dissonance. It's just a little bit of internal disagreement. You're trying to figure out, how do I feel about my parents? Try to find that shade of gray. Neither black nor white, somewhere in the middle. Also, I got expelled from my school for very unstable behavior and putting certain horrible people on a pedestal, and I talked like they were a god among men. Well, who do you think you learned that from? Who do you think you learned that from? Maybe I picked that one up from Mom. My ex-friend explained being in a relationship with me like this. He's like a lost little puppy and will cling on to you and won't let go. Oh, so we just need to find the dog in you. We just need to bring the dog out. That's what we need to do. Just need to work on that confidence a little bit. We need to find that sense of identity within ourselves. It's like we normally look outwards into other people and we use other people as a mirror. We look to other people to tell us what we should think about ourselves and what we should feel about ourselves. And maybe you learned that in your development. But what you're learning now is, how do I establish my own sense of identity? How do I build myself up? And how do I feel that confidence? But hey, you understand that these are your behaviors, and you also understand that you can change them. And you can only change them once you're aware of them. So, in being aware of these behavioral patterns, you are now more empowered to change them. So I would just continue to think, what sort of behaviors do I want to replace these behaviors with? I want to replace these old, unhealthy behaviors, these behaviors of codependency, because that to me is what this seems more like. This seems like it might be a little bit of codependency. You might just be looking for that validation from another person. And what we want to try to do is figure out, how can you feel validated within yourself? How can you give yourself that feeling? You gotta build yourself up. So, what makes you feel strong? What makes you feel capable? What makes you feel confident? Continue to build those things. Just keep working to define yourself. When was the last time you went for a scooter ride? It was last fall. I haven't been out this year yet. I've been meaning to get the scooters out because it's excellent scooter weather. Oh, I want to go for a scootin'. Does sound a lot like BPD. I wasn't gonna say anything because I'm not here to diagnose anybody. But there are some similarities. Also, BPD very regularly gets misdiagnosed as the other BPD. And vice versa. They tend to get misdiagnosed as one another. What's the other BPD? Bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder often get misdiagnosed as the other. You feel very smooth brain now? Don't worry, those wrinkles will come. You'll have your wrinkles in no time. But no, you are right though. There are some symptoms here that we see that you've described that do kind of resonate with BPD. The black and white thinking, the splitting. Those are both things that you commonly see in BPD. But they aren't exclusive to BPD. So it doesn't have to be BPD. Could be. Could be just codependency. Could just be abandonment issues. Doesn't necessarily mean it's an entirely different diagnosis, but could be. But I'm not here to diagnose anybody. I actively avoid trying to diagnose anybody here, but I will point out when a thing looks like a thing. So I don't know, maybe talk to your doctor about it. Want to go through the symptoms just in case? Let's go through the symptoms just in case. Maybe this will like, I don't want anybody to like misdiagnose. I'm just like, if this is symptoms that you're having, talk to your doctor about them. These are the criteria for BPD. And to be diagnosed with BPD, you have to have 5 or more of the following symptoms. Number 1, chronic feelings of emptiness. Number 2, emotional instability in reaction to day-to-day events. So, a small stressor during the day can sometimes lead to an intense emotional response. Frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. Note, real or imagined. But this is frantic efforts, so it's like your friend didn't answer the phone, so you're showing up at their house in the middle of the night, and you're like pounding on their door, and you're like, I thought you got murdered. You didn't answer the phone. I thought you might have gotten kidnapped. Identity disturbance with markedly or persistently unstable self-image or sense of self, which you also did mention. I would just talk to your doctor about all these symptoms that you're having. Impulsive behavior in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging, such as spending, sex, substance abuse, reckless driving, or binge eating. Inappropriate, intense anger or difficulty controlling anger, such as frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. A pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships, characterized by extremes between idealization and devaluation, also known as splitting. That's what we were talking about earlier, this like black and white thinking about somebody, either you love them or you hate them. Recurrent suicidal behavior, such as gestures, threats, or self-harming. And transient stress-related paranoid ideation. So basically, when you are in a stage of extreme stress, you start to develop these like paranoid ideas. Also, you might dissociate. So, I would talk to your doctor. I'm not trying to diagnose anybody, okay? But these are things that you mentioned to me. And you mentioned a few of these things. So you asked, are these things that are related to bipolar disorder? Not necessarily. Bipolar disorder has much more to do with mood disturbance over a gradual span of time. Manic highs and depressive lows. But these things with, abandonment and black and white thinking, self-harming, identity disturbance. These are more of a borderline. These are more borderline traits. Again, not trying to diagnose anybody. Just telling you what I see. Anywho. How we doing? You hanging in there? How are we feeling? Bust out the wheel. How you feeling? Wiped out? Yeah, I get you. I should make some sort of library of all my slideshows. It would be nice to have them all accessible to everybody. I'll try to figure out how to get that set up. Try to think of the best way to do that. Anywho. That's gonna be it for me today, I think. That's gonna be it for me today. I'm gonna go over to my friend's house. It's game night. So. Alright, everybody. Take good care of yourselves. Take good care of yourselves. Have a good rest of your day. We all have a wonderful night. Don't forget, you are loved. You do belong. Okie dokie. Have a great night, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Supersonic woman.